Okie dokie, let us get started. It is a wonderful day today. We get to work on Hit Idol. So welcome everybody. Also just in general, like spring certainly is starting. Not a cloud in the sky. Sun's blasting away. So, what are we going to do today? For one, yesterday I released that demo. Woo! Awesome. Also, I have been working on getting Steam integrated properly, which is going to be an ongoing process. If you don't know exactly how to make something happen, just abstract it. So, well, let me be clear. The documentation is very clear. In order to unlock an achievement, what you need to do is call Steam set achievement with the achievement name. That's supposed to work. It doesn't. I'm not positive if I'm doing something horribly wrong. Probably I am. But, well, I think it's fine anyway. Because this can be something longer term. And you'll understand why if I just go here and write in that. Because we don't want to grant achievements in the demo. Now, I'll have to do a little more research, but Steam is actually quite clear that they recommend not granting achievements in the demo, unless, I mean, there are certainly going to be edge cases like the Stanley Parable, right? That game has a demo that is literally just a different game. It's a game in the style of the Stanley Parable, but it is wholly distinct. And I think that demo has achievements, but that's a different case. In my case, the Hit Idol demo, which you can get from Edge, woo! The Hit Idol Steam demo is simply a part of the game. It is the start of Hit Idol, which means I think their advice does make sense. In that regard, we are going to have to make sure to save any achievements the player might be able to collect, which is specifically one of them, actually. So let's just get right to that. So, how do we do this? So there is one achievement which you are supposed to unlock right here. Yes, right here at the end of the demo there is a dialogue. Music, you're gonna have to chill. You're gonna have to chill all the way. So at the end of the demo there is a dialogue which at the end of it, there's this big plot hook that you learn about teachers past. Yeah, we can take a look at it. And at the end of it, you're gonna get an achievement that you learned about teachers past. So that is gonna be this save here. And it's gonna be like, ooh, teachers reading Idle Monthly by themselves. Hello, Brent. And the point that I'm trying to get to is this happens during the demo and it happens once. So I figure I want to unlock the achievement as the dialogue finishes, but if you've been to this point, well, no, I suppose I don't need to worry about that so much. No. What I've been thinking is, if the save game that the user loads is progressed beyond the point where this achievement would normally unlock, then just check for that and do it anyway. And there is one additional complication on that fault, which is that the demo doesn't let you progress past this point. So theoretically, I don't need to do anything, because at this point we've seen our dialogue, we would get the achievement pop up, but no matter what we do, if we try to progress past this week, then what is instead going to happen is we're getting the demo end screen and the game never progresses. So that's cool enough. What I'm thinking is the game will in fact replay that dialogue every time that you load this save, because that is mostly an intentional choice. For the most part, this is intentional because if you are loading a save, then most likely what is happening is that some time has passed and you might appreciate getting the context again of what's happening. Does this... No, this button doesn't work. Ah! Every time that I disable my quick restart button, I regret it. Let's enable it for development. Our room handler. So there is a point to be made that, well, perhaps what we should do is we should track whether a dialogue has played and just not do it when the player has already seen it. But for the reason I've just mentioned, that they might appreciate seeing the dialogue again, and also that this is certainly safer. You know for a fact that your exit state is where the dialogue drops you. You don't need to account for whether the player might skip the dialogue and then be in some unknown state, especially during the tutorial. Yeah, the very first week is entirely guided tour. You can't navigate manually if you wanted to. So, you know, I'm willing to take arguments on this, but I'm gonna keep things as they are for now. So, but consequently, there's no need to act on this achievement, because we'll always be at the end of demo week, which is when this achievement unlocks, and there is no way to progress past, and this dialogue always plays, which means this function is always called, provided that I figure it out. But this is a longer term thing. This can wait until full release. So that's that, I suppose. Now, what do we need to do? I still want to develop this so that I simply need to add more stuff. So, for that, one of those is that the Steam API works with string achievement names, which are, I believe, they are the enum names, and you know, in a different language, you would be able to define a code field. Yeah, you'd be able to like write this enum has this code. Or if you wanted to just stick to the enum's name, which is inadvisable for multiple reasons, but if you wanted to, you would also then be able to say something like, well, this is the achievement enum, so just go achievement.name. But that's not the language we are in. So, consequently, we are going to need to think of something else. Now, I believe the most obvious answer here is why is that better than just saying achievement songcraft full melody? Well, no. Internally in the game, I am using this enum, but when I call the Steam API, I need to give it a string. So I need to resolve the enum to the string key. And I am relatively certain that you're not allowed to use enum keys. Yeah, there's a API name that I've defined in Steamworks, and it is, as a matter of fact, just the name of the enum, because that makes sense. Why call it anything else? Because that is just the internal name for that. The public display name is separately defined. So you are not, nope, you are not allowed to use enum values as struct keys. I suspect this is because GameMaker internally uses structs as arrays, and an array is just a struct with number keys, but, well, that's okay. So, what we are going to do is, well, we can really put this wherever. We're going to put it up here. API names is that. And I kinda hate this because the problem with first of all, the problem is that GameMaker is immediately going to insert double quotes every time that I try. But the secondary problem is that an array is implicit, right? This relies on that I'm not going to insert any values in the middle here, because if I did, then all of a sudden start the game. Now, all of a sudden, if I try to award the start the game achievement, it would give the Konami code achievement and so on. So you lock yourself into only adding new values at the end, which is not a problem, it's fine, but I would prefer some methods that explicitly maps this key to always be this value. For which there actually is a way to do that. What we can do is, let's see, we can use a struct, and I've just established that we can't use enums as struct keys because structs only take string names. But, well, we also can't do this, right? Yeah, right. That's okay, because I've run into this issue once before. What you can do is you can, let's say, we can define our struct as empty, and it would be, actually, we can do this right here, yeah? We can then loop through our array and we can set with struct set to this, we can give it, well, in this case it would just be the number corresponding to the enum, and we could then put the ith API name. This loop is not any better because this loop still relies on these being in corresponding spots. So what you'd want to do is do this manually. Do the structs with a key of the stringified uncraftable melody, set the value this. So you can do that. That allows you to reorder or change your enum. I don't think I'm going to, because you just need to write that out and you need to do it in this fashion because you are not allowed to have a dynamic code in the struct creation syntax. Also, this code is actually going to rerun every time this function is called. So we would have to put this somewhere in object game as a global init. So it's fine. In this case, this is easy enough to manage, and I can just hold myself to only adding new values at the end and making sure that the API names are kept up to date. In this case, this is fine. Big part of programming is knowing when not to overcomplicate it. So, simple as. And as my comment also points out, we could make this complicated, but there's no real need to. So, this, as I said, this doesn't currently work, and it's not telling me anything about why it doesn't work. For all that I know, it should, but it doesn't. As simple as. But that's okay. What we need to do yet is this here full club achievement. You know, I'm not terribly interested in giving you an achievement for every tiny little thing, but reaching a full club, that does seem like a good idea, because you are actually forced to during the progression of the game, and collecting all of them, I don't know, that's as worthy of an achievement as anything. So, for that, we need to make the code implementation that detects and grants the achievement, which is super simple. In the table room handler, we have a method called recruit idle. And this already grabs the idle data and puts it in there, so you can simply ask, hey, that stack dude, how's life? Life's pretty good for me, I'll have to say. I'm dreading all the stuff that I will have to do for Steam, and it's a lot. It may not look like a lot, but I assure you it is. And this isn't actually even all of it. Ah, that's good. That is good to hear. This isn't all of it, because this is the media assets for the main game. Now, I'm probably most of the assets the demo is going to inherit from the main game. I might want to like put a little text right here telling us, hey, this is a demo. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just gonna be lazy and I'm gonna use the same assets everywhere because it is fundamentally the same game. Right. But where I was is in the table room handler. If there are recruited idols data, that array length is greater than or equal to 8, then we want to unlock the achievo, which is achievement full club. Ta-da! Can't sleep right now, so... You're not the first person to be like that. I figure I'm guessing then you are on the American continent. I'm always happy to keep someone late night company. I know that my stream times aren't the most American friendly, but hey, European mornings, because I am European, yeah. Mornings are when I'm productive, so that's just when I stream. Gotta pick something. So, that's actually all there is to it. By the power of abstraction, even if I need to do something more to make Steam properly unlock the achievement, it's going to happen inside this function. So if I just call this function everywhere that I want to unlock an achievement, then when I need to make changes, I don't need to bother every single call site. That being said, 2:30 in the morning right now, feel tired. But you know, yeah, I know that feel. I struggled with that a lot. It is fortunately better now for me. So I guess what happened was I turned 30 and immediately my internal nanomachines went, okay, you're old now. So I have converted into the kind of person that is in bed by 11 and wakes with the sun. Which I'm quite glad that that works for me. But to each their own. So, what I'm saying is that this will work, but what you actually want to do is you want to give gradual progress, because there are 8 idols, so we would want the achievement to count up from 2 to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For that, there is a function which is called Steam set stats. Well, I'm sure, or at least I hope that it'll work out. It always does, doesn't it? So, where did I put the script? It's not in the Steamworks folder, but it is right here. I want to make an additional script that allows us to abstract away this functionality of setting the achievement progress. So set achievement progress. And I know that Steam already abstracts quite a lot. You actually don't need to concern yourself with manually checking whether Steam is active and tracking and everything. It's supposed to be good. It's supposed to be good. What's it? Practice? But you don't need to. Because actually, this extension isn't even made by Steam. It is made by the developers of GameMaker, which strikes fear into anyone who works with GameMaker. But you know, sometimes they're quite good, and let's actually be fair to them. GameMaker developers are quite competent. The problem with GameMaker is that it started as a literal drag and drop my first game development engine, where you weren't intended to make anything more complicated than asteroids or an auto jumper or like a yet another Zelda clone. So you weren't meant to make anything complicated in this. So there's a lot of legacy terribleness that GameMaker just has to carry for backwards compatibility. And I have to respect that. They even if you update GameMaker, old projects are probably going to work. There are very few, if any, breaking changes that will really break your project and make it not work properly anymore. There are some, of course, after some time, some functions got renamed or removed, but it is quite reasonable. And coming from the Java world, where Java also has this commitment that it basically never breaks anything except without very long notice. Hey, thanks for the follow. That's pretty cool of you. I didn't quit my mail program. I'm sorry, it's making noise. Here we are. Well, there you go. Enjoy your tiredness, I suppose. So, pretty much, at least from, I'm gonna say, the age of Java 7 or 8 onward, because the early Java versions were a wild wasteland. But from 7 or 8 onward, you can take any project, stick it into the newest Java release, which is 23. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your sleep. Enjoy whatever it is you're gonna do. I'll be here same time today, tomorrow, each weekend. Have a good one. So you can take an ancient Java project, stick it into the newest runtime, and it will probably work. It might complain a lot, but it will work. Now, backwards compatibility is something that I consider quite important. And I've just found a little issue with my previous implementation. Of course, in this function, I also want to dereference what the achievement name is from the achievement enum. Referencing the... Actually, I don't even need to reference the enum directly, because I just need to define it here and then I reference it at the call site. The big problem is that I don't believe this is accessible. Is that? No, that's a stat. Sorry, I'm using the wrong function. What? Is there not? What the hell? There are methods to get the progress of an achievement. Somehow it does not look like there is a function to set the progress of an achievement. That's weird. It's not set achievement, yeah? No, set achievement just gives it to you. There sets that int. But this is for statistics. No? Examples of when you could use this are for tracking how many times a player dies or for tracking progress towards an achievement. Oh, that's weird. Huh. That, like... Ah! Oh, yeah, I get it. So, what I need to do is... Really quickly, I need to set this up in Steamworks because I believe how it works is that this achievement, we'll call it full club, has a progress stat, and then I need to define that. Okay. Excellent. Right. That's cool. That's fine. So... Right. That's cool. That actually helps us. So what we need to do is we need to define an enum stats stat, and let's say full club progress is going to be one value of that. Then we do fundamentally the same thing as with the API names for the achievements. We define a static array. API names is an array, and the 0th entry in this is going to be full club progress. And this So what we want to do is we same set that int with API names for this achievement, or we'll call it stat, because we're not dealing with the achievement enum, we're dealing with the stat enum right here. This API name, set it to progress. Now, if we want to make an achievement that, let's say, counts up until you've reached 1,000 total butterflies or something like that, this isn't going to work exactly, because we would want to first get the value and then set it to the sum of what it already was plus how much we've just achieved. But that's fine. I mean, at the moment I don't have such plans, and that would also work perfectly well. Like, we could abstract it again into some function that does just that, looks up the current value and then sets it to the sum. The big thing is that we want this to be that we want some kind of global access to the API names. So what's probably going to happen is I'm going to have to move the API names and the stat enum really to object claim into a global field, because multiple functions are going to want access. And if I already say that I'm going to have to do that, then let's just get it over with, I think. Because there's also another thing about that. Right now, it's just going to set the value to whatever it is. But we don't really want that. Because if you load a different save where you have fewer idols, then you are going to lose progress on this achievement. Which, for this achievement, that's fine, because it's not counting up anything over your lifetime of playing. It is just, do you have the amount that is necessary? If yes, cool. But we still want to amend that somewhat. For that, let's find ourselves a beautiful place. This looks good. Yes, I'm not allowed to use static here, I know. So let's call this global.api names, and we're going to put this inside a wrapping struct, because that looks prettier to me. So we're going to call this stats, and we're also going to grab the achievement names, and likewise put that in a separate array here. Achievements. Yeah. Which means we need to adjust the unlock achievement function, but thankfully, because the only place we are accessing the API names array is right here, we only need to change it right here. Dot achievements, like so. Now, the documentation also suggests that you check for whether or not the user already has the achievement before granting it, but it also says that if they already have the achievement, then nothing happens. So, I don't know. I guess let's do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the achievement API name, which is precisely what we're taking here. We're going to grab the achievement API name and then ask, hey, it's the main menu music. Turn that up. So chill. If we have the achievement, then just return out. Suppose for this function that's fine or whatever, we can really use this productively in the set achievement progress function, because there we actually don't want to do anything if the player already has the achievement that we're talking about, which is cool and all. Unfortunately, the set achievement progress function only knows the stat it is supposed to set, not the achievement. So let's grab this stuff here. and put it right next to the achievement and stat API names, because otherwise we would have an array that implicitly references an enum in a completely different place to that enum. And that I'm not willing to do. So, but that is okay. Because what we can do here is there is a function that allows us to grab the stat. It's called Steam get stat. So first we're going to grab the stat API name, which is global. I love that GameMaker does this. It's whenever you make something static, then every single letter of its name becomes a suggestion. Isn't that just wonderful? I love GameMaker. Listen, I know I just talked about how GameMaker's job is difficult and they are doing quite a good job of it. But sometimes the program is naughty and it needs to be told. So, grab the stat API name so that we can more easily reference it. Rule of thumb. When should you use a variable? When should you just calculate it as it's used? Because right here, this isn't particularly shorter, and grabbing the name right out of the array for its single call, that would be fine. When should you do it? Well, if you are using the same value twice or more, and you would appreciate if it was the same value, you should put it into a variable. Variables are free. Don't worry about memory usage, it doesn't matter. We've got gigabytes of memory, and every variable that you make like this is probably no bigger than 32-bit or 64-bit, I suppose, so 8 bytes. You've got billions of those to play with. Don't worry about it. What making a variable also does is it puts a name on it. It allows us to clarify what it is that we're grabbing out of here. In this case, it's called the API name struct, and we're referencing the stats keys. So in this case, thanks to my beautiful naming, it wouldn't be the worst, but sometimes, especially like if you're doing math, then it helps to name your intermediate products. What this right, so yeah, that allows you to communicate what this is and that it is intended to be the same thing. There's a lot of ways to get to Rome. There's a lot of ways to make code. What I will tell you, one absolute rule I would use is don't use magic numbers. Don't use hard-coded constants where you and I'm definitely not casting shade at anyone in particular who codes like this and thinks this is okay. Especially when they've then got mixed types, like I don't remember if this is exactly how that certain individual has coded hardbound, but I'm pretty sure it's something like this with hard-coded magic numbers. First off, obviously, you need to know what refers to what, which you do precisely in the moment that you write it, and afterwards the knowledge is going to be gone from your head, I promise. And if anything changes, well, have fun updating 1,000 numbers. Maybe. Do you remember which of the 1,000 numbers needs to be updated? You better, otherwise your game breaks. And also, if I now need to do a search for the number 5, because I've used this magic number in multiple places and it's supposed to always be the same value, so if this needs to be number 6 instead, well, let's do a search for the number 5. You see the problem. You see the problem here. Just put a name on it to clarify what this is supposed to mean. Even there are some places where I use multiple variables containing the same value, because right now they are the same value, but they are logically different things that just happen to be the same. So I separate them into different variables in order to clarify that this is that, that is this. And it has happened before that I then want to change what the second constant is, because I want to move the button, and then I can do that. And then I know for a fact that only those usages are going to change. So, yeah. What I've done while ranting is I'm making an assumption here, which is that we always want to take up. So if the amount that the stat already has is greater than or equal to the progress that we're setting to it, like let's say that we are progressing a late save game, and then we want to load a different save. We want to start over for some reason. We want to maintain that we had recruited 6 idols on our previous save, because otherwise it looks like you are losing progress, and on some achievements that is okay. Like kill this many enemies without dying, or stuff like that, do all of this stuff within the same session. There, you want to reset the stats so that the player, has an accurate track of how far they got. But in this case, I'm going to set the paradigm that you only ever progress achievements. So, now, I know that I just said that we only get the stat here, not the achievement, but there is an additional method that I would like to call here, for which I'm gonna need a little bit of help. The cool thing is, that gives me an idea. So, the help that I'm referring to is I just need to pass the achievement into this function. So, say that this is an enum. Now we can, of course, also ask, hey, has the player already reached this achievement? For which, sorry, I'm making a bit of a mess. Achievement stat name is global API names achievements with achievement. If they have already reached this, then don't bother doing anything. This doesn't really need to be done, I'll say. This shouldn't be necessary because having an achievement and having maximum progress are synonyms. But well, I'll say let's try it. Now, because the second function I would like to call here is Steam indicate achievement progress, which takes the achievement name. And that, once everything works, is going to give you the little pop-up in the corner telling you 5 out of 8 idols. Perfect! That is what that function does, yes? Words, 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 words. Steam indicate achievement progress, yes. Yes, wonderful. There is also a function that tells me the achievement progress limits, which is not horribly useful, I think, because that just tells me you can get between 0 and 8 idols. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. What I'm more interested in is there a function that is going to tell me for a given achievement what is its stat progress? No. So we do need to keep track of ourselves of which stat that would be. Now, there is an interesting idea to explore here. The idea that I had previously, which is that we don't keep track of the stats separately. We just tell this function the achievement, and then we try to resolve from the achievement into what its progress name is. That sounds real clever, and actually it's not going to be too difficult either. Because what we don't want to do, we don't want to keep the stats names inside an array, but we can keep it inside a struct. That might be better. And for that, now we would have to refer to it like so. Full club is mapped to full club progress. Though, what we could also do, there's a few possibilities here. We could do this, and then we go into this struct, and we say, hey, this is not an achievement anymore, this is a struct. And that means that we struct get from this with the name of achievement stat name. I don't hate that solution. On this side, we can also check that this code even exists, just in case we might have gotten here for an achievement that doesn't have a dedicated progress stat. Usually, right, we would want to make sure that this doesn't happen, but it is better to be safe than rely on nothing unsafe ever happening. Pick your own subtext for that statement. So we could ask if not struct exists, double.api names.stats with the achievement. What am I? Not achievement stat name, achievement API name. Yeah, that's the one. Just quickly update all of those usages. There we are. If it's not there, then well, my heart wants to throw an error, but probably safer is to just return safely. Alternatively. So that is one way that certainly would work. I don't mind this, but I do hate that we introduce this dependency that this struct needs to be properly set up. So there are possible solutions to that, of course. One way is to fully ditch the stats API names and simply go right. If we are here, then the achievement stat name is going to be achievement name progress. So it would be something like template thing here, achievement API name underscore progress. We could do that. That, of course, would throw all validation out the window. We would no longer be able to check whether this exists if we go in here with an invalid achievement that doesn't have a stat tied to it. Well, frankly, I don't know what's going to happen. Let's read the documentation. If it doesn't say what happens if the string is not defined, probably just nothing happens. But you know what? I'm warming up to this solution because, for one way or another, this is going to have to involve manual labor. We have to manually make sure that these have stats and that they match. And for that, I don't hate that. I don't hate having this, it's right here, it's next to each other. So I don't hate that in concept. So this is going to use precisely this solution. Okay. Right. That's that, I suppose. We then need to plug that in. But first, I am going to go ahead and take my first midstream break. I'm gonna do so a little earlier today because what I want to try is taking hourly breaks, largely because Twitch forces me to. Yeah, the way that ads work on Twitch, if you don't run ads regularly, you get pre-rolls. That's cool and all, but I want to be on for 80 minutes, so from 9 until 10:20, then take a break. But Twitch doesn't work like that. You can only get pre-roll ad immunity for up to an hour at a time, meaning if I don't want to interrupt my stream in that time, then we're gonna get pre-rolls. And they literally have a timer in the stream manager. They have a timer for when pre-rolls are going to return, and they're already on. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my break, gonna stretch my legs, go to the bathroom. I've got plenty of water, but you guys feel free to do the same. Gonna run a few ads to disable the pre-rolls. I don't care about the income. If you let them play, cool. If you don't, whatever. Don't go too far. We'll be right back in a few minutes, and then we're gonna plug this in, and probably what we're gonna do after that is we are going to work on the Steam Cloud synchronization. So, see you in a bit. Okay, welcome back everyone. That should be about over. So let us resume. Here, we've done this beautiful function. And this could just about do us. So, we no longer need to be aware of the stats that we are tracking. Instead, and this is a beautiful little abstraction in my mind, it's a beautiful little abstraction that instead of having to be aware that there is a progress stat and what it is, even though that's relatively easy with the stat enum, we can just say, for this achievement, set its progress. To me, that makes sense. In fact, no, that's good. So, going back here, this code would work, but we can do better. So, set achievement progress achievement.full-club to be the number of recruited idols. There. And look, this might be something really insignificant, especially to an outside perspective, but I really love this, that there's all this functionality that this function does a lot. Yeah, it checks that we are not in a demo and not in Steam. It checks that this achievement even has a progress stat, it resolves it, resolves the achievement name, it checks whether we should set the progress, and oh yeah, we do actually need this return condition because we don't want to indicate achievement progress if we already have it. It compares whether we might be doing a step backwards, and only then does it set and indicate achievement progress. And all that is beautifully abstracted away. We just need to tell it set the progress on this achievement to the amount of recruited idols, and that's it. Right. Now, what we could also do is one of the other achievements that I have defined is that you are going to spend 5 minutes drawing in poster artistry. We could, of course, talk about that. Like, we could talk about maybe it's 20 minutes, but it counts the total across all the time that you are in poster artistry. But honestly, I'm not feeling that. The intent of the achievement is very much that it is you are spending a long time on the same drawing. But we could argue about using a progress stat on this achiever. We could argue, but I'm not gonna. Easy as. So, as I promised, now what we want to do is we want to use Steam Cloud integration. Fortunately, in this case, we are going to know immediately whether we are doing it properly. So, in here we are also going to use the power of abstraction. So far, I've always saved your save files to the local hard drive, and that obviously that works. But if we are integrated with Steam, then we don't want to do that. We want to use cloud saves. Consequently, what we need to do is we need to integrate that. But if Steam is not enabled, if Steam isn't integrated, which is largely going to be that you're playing the itch.io demo, then we still want to fall back on this behavior. Now, there's an argument to be made here that maybe this isn't necessary, because Steam is really permissive. If for some reason you can't save to the cloud, or well, it's not going to synchronize because it doesn't constantly synchronize to the cloud, it doesn't require constant internet connection. That is silly. What it does is it tries to synchronize your cloud files at the end of the play session, and if it can't, then it just remembers to do so for when you have internet. That's pretty cool. So the point is, if for some reason, hello -1212, how's life? I'm just pondering what I want to do to properly integrate Steam saves, because theoretically I can use the permissive nature of Steam saves that if for some reason it can't save to the cloud, it still makes the local backup. I could just always rely on Steam, whether or not Steam is integrated. But that feels like hacking, basically. It feels like relying on a feature that's not strictly guaranteed. I mean, so there are two layers to this, basically. There is the entire Steam integration, which is one thing, which requires you to have Steam running and be signed up into an account that has Steam, that has the game. And there's also cloud integration, because you can separately set whether you want Steam to synchronize your save games with the cloud or not. I think you can also set it per game, and all of these need to be true. Now, whether or not you allow Steam to synchronize your save games with the cloud doesn't matter. Either way, we're still going to have the Steam API. But what happens if we don't have the Steam API initialized? If it is not properly initialized, are we still going to save our local files? I don't know. We could test this, but I think a good idea is to fall back onto this behavior if not. So, for that, what we are going to do then is we're going to use a bunch more abstraction, because I could, rather than here, I already have it in a global boolean. I can just say do Steam stuff, else do not Steam stuff. Basically, we could do that. Comma but we'd have to do that distinction everywhere, and you know me, I don't like reusing codes, even if it is quite literally as simple as checking the Steam enabled boolean. Part of this is practical, part of it is philosophical. I just want to be able to say, hey, rename this file. I don't want to care whether it is Steam that does it or we do it on the local disk, whatever. I don't want to care. We just want it to happen. So for that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make ourselves some scripts that do these conditionals. There is maybe a better name for the file renaming methods than rename file when GameMaker's built-in function already is file rename. But I sure can't think of anything. So we're gonna keep it for now. Old path and new path is what we're gonna do with this. So both of these are going to be strings. And I'm already hesitating a little bit because I'm not positive that Steam does folder structure the same way that GameMaker does. So what we want is we want to take this code and we want to move it into that function. Is there a way? I mean, kinda. There is a way that if we are using Steam, we just use the file name, and if we are not using Steam, then we use file name and directory. That is most certainly doable, but is it the best idea? Let's read real fast. I know, horrible. I think I'm willing to try it at least. I'm willing to try that we're just gonna include the path, like including the directory, because logically, right, Steam also makes a... Hey, Mr. D-Boy, why are you always amazed at my sorcery? This is just simple abstraction, I promise. So, I'm willing to bet that you can give Steam a path that includes a directory and it'll be fine. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this, we're gonna steal it, or rather we are gonna go rename... okay, I hate this name. I'm sorry, but I really hate it. We need to think of a better name. So, rename this, rename the left file to the right file. It's like Balakra in here. Abstract rename file, rename file, regardless of save. Having a moment of difficulty. Naming is the hardest part. For which, by the way, my advice is just call it E. Call it anything. Call it the first thing that comes to your mind, even if it's a single letter, a slur. Well, maybe don't put slurs in your code, but just call it whatever comes to your mind, because the moment that you have named it something, you're going to think of a better name. And then you can just change it to that. It's not like this is permanent. So. Actually, we're gonna use this name. Because there's a few scripts that I have created. Is it... yeah, create buffer better, create surface better, which are just little abstractions on top of GameMaker's built-in functions. Doing things that I really think the GameMaker built-in functions should do, but apparently they don't. Because the manual in GameMaker tells you you really should create your surfaces with sizes that are powers of 2, because yes, I hope that explains everything, because something might go wrong in browsers if you don't, is I think the reason. Okay, so let's do that. So why does it not create a surface with a power of 2 naturally? Why do I have to make sure that it is manually? I don't know. Also, by default, GameMaker does not clear the surface that you create, which is like, I'm willing to accept that the contract of surface create is it simply creates a surface with whatever size you give it, power of 2 or not. Willing to accept that. Why does it not clear the surface though? By default, I'm pretty sure that it's just going to have whatever values were in memory at that location when you created it, which means it may just show whatever random pixels interpreted as graphical data. Because, of course, what is in memory at any given location is unpredictable. So, in this case, I really do think that GameMaker should auto-clear a surface when it is created. Anyway, so, that aside, I've got too many tabs, but that's largely intentional. So let us steal this code. Because if Steam is enabled, we want to do Steam stuff and return out. Otherwise, we use the fallback. And this now is going to be the old path. If it does exist, then rename it. Otherwise, don't do anything. And now we need to do essentially the same thing, just with Steam's methods. So, for this, Steam tells us, step 1, Steam file exists. If the file does exist, then regrettably Steam does not offer a function that allows you to rename a file. That is most unfortunate, isn't it? Well, for the file. Goodbye. We do actually need to do this. Yeah. Because yeah, I get. Well, I wish Steam was free to upload games minus kinda. I do agree that $100 for me, it's not a terrible lot. It is significant. It is a significant cost. I do think that it shouldn't necessarily be free, just as a safeguard that if you want to publish on Steam, you need to be serious. Because we all know what happens when anything is free. Not even just that people upload bad games, but more that the bots take over. It shouldn't be 100. Yeah, I can agree on that. There is a process, it's called recouping, that basically Steam will give you back your $100 if your game makes at least $1,000 in gross sales. So if you make, you know, that is specifically if Steam has a total sale volume of $1,000. So if the game costs $10, then you need to sell 100 copies, and Steam then is going to give you back your $100. So for a serious game, that's not an impossible hurdle, though for tiny indie games that are maybe even free or that don't expect to make $1,000, that does mean that you're going to pay out of pocket. So that is unfortunate. Yeah, it is kind of just pay to play, right? You can't go to the big market where you're most likely to make a reasonable amount of money unless you're able and willing to put in that amount of money first. So at least with Steam, it's not a huge amount of money, but of course, I don't think I need to tell you, society exists. This kind of pay-to-play, pay-to-succeed model is present in a lot of places, but that's depressing, so let's not talk about that. There is an argument against it that there's a lot of terrible games on Steam already. But hey, think of it this way, at least when spammers try to upload actual malware games, like those need to go through manual review. So Steam's gonna ban them and then keep their $100, which is excellent. Anyway, so what do I want to do? This is dangerous, as I've written it now, because right now this just deletes the file. It's not really a rename, it's more goodbye. So I think, yeah, no, right. There is a function to copy a file, but that exists in order to copy a local file. So what we instead are gonna do is, well, I might have to think about applying that function to copy your locally saved games into the Steam cloud, because I did, like a silly boy, I immediately made the promise that any save files from the demo, by the way, hey, did you hear? We've got a demo now. It's on Edge. Go look at it, it's real cool. Chilling. But also, I got a Discord, #sellout. Anyway, just kidding, just joking. So I've made that promise before integrating Steam Cloud saves. So if you get the demo from Edge, then buy the game on Steam. That's not going to be true. So we're going to have to think about making sure that every save game that you've got locally gets transferred to the cloud. But for the moment, let's stay on topic here. Steam file share, no. What we're going to do is, instead of just deleting the file, even though the only way that this function is currently used is that it gets, the file gets renamed on the disk and then recreated. That's purely because save games, like, they include a timestamp. I'm not sure why. Oh, they include a timestamp so that you can have multiple save games of the same name. Easy enough, right? So what we're gonna do is we are first going to read the content, and then we are going to Steam file write our content. And will GameMaker tell me the arguments to this function? Will it ever? But that's fine, I've got the documentation right here. So file name, data, size. I'm not sure why we need to specify the size. It feels like that's something that Steam could infer from, you know, the way that the data is. But okay, I guess. Here we are. Also, we need to not use file name, but rather alt path. There we go. If it exists, then read what's in it, delete the old path, and write it to the new path. Now it actually renames instead of just tossing what exists. Okay. And I've already used this here. Excellent. So, likewise, I want to make an abstraction here to save this. Now, I don't tend to use libraries. This is the one exception that I grabbed a little function pack to make JSON simpler for myself. It's not even all that much. Like, all that it does is it abstracts away the JSON parsing. Other than that, yeah, doesn't do much of anything. But, so, let us make a new script, which is going to be save file. Also, this needs to be renamed. I don't know. I swear, at some point, GameMaker did synchronize the names of the function, like this function here, and the script asset. I swear it did. And if you created a script asset, then it already had that function name. But I suppose not anymore. We're not doing that. So this is going to take a path, and it's going to take the content of the file. And for that, we're gonna check. The path is going to be a string. And likewise, the content is also going to be not quite. No, of course not, because the content that we want to give is going to be a struct. Okay, that's okay. That's okay, because we could make this abstract such that we can give it any kind of content. And if it is a struct, then it automatically stringifies. But actually, the only context where we want to use this is for save files. So write save data, persist save data. Here. That's what we want. And in that context, we always know that this is going to be a struct. There we are. So, as before, we're just gonna pull this from here, persist save data with a path of right here. And our save data that we were given, then we steal this code and insert it into the abstraction. Step 1 of abstracting is making sure that it still does the thing that it originally did. And I'm actually going to rename this variable just to make it crystal clear what we're talking about here. So, well, that's good. If we are in SteamWorld, if global Steam enabled, do a thing, then return out. In this case, we want to manually stringify our save data, because we don't want to just write save data using the natural stringification, because that's gonna... I'm not sure what it will give us actually. It'll be something incorrect, that's for sure. It's probably gonna be something like this. Basically, if you just force the struct into a string, then GameMaker doesn't do it nicely, where it writes out the entire struct as a formatted string that obeys JSON. No, it doesn't do that. It's not specified to anyways, so that's fair. Which means we need to make sure that it is in the format that we want. For that, we are going to use the JSON stringify method that's built in into GameMaker. One could argue at this point that if we are already stringifying the content either way, we might as well just remove the JSON save method. You know, maybe. Or what we could do is, since this isn't a library, this is just, right, this is a script asset. Playing the demo? Cool! Hope you enjoy your time. This is just a script asset, so I can change whatever I want in here. So what we could do is we could change this JSON save method to instead use Steam if Steam is enabled. However, I don't want to do that, because you're only supposed to put save games on the Steam cloud. Think about it. I could, and initially I did, also synchronize settings and key bindings, but does that make sense? Not really. You don't want the display settings to be synchronized between your 2-monitor widescreen gaming computer and your dinky little laptop that you took along, because otherwise you're going to bore yourself to death at a overnight company event. So you want those to be local only, which is why we need to be able to distinguish between a function that saves to the local file disk and one that goes to Steam if available. So, in conclusion, this is good, this is fine, this is cool. So we need to call Steam file, right, as before. We want to save to this path, this data, and it's going to be string length stringified. There we are. Now, theoretically, Steam does recommend that you check whether the user is running into their file limit or their storage limit. Practically, I mean, you're allowed up to 10 gigabytes, I think, like 1 or 10 gigabytes of storage, and up to 10,000 save games. So I've gone conservative for the moment, and I've decided to request 50 megabytes of storage per user and like 1,000, I think I requested 1,000 save games, which surely is going to be enough, right? Like, this is a game where you usually are going to have precisely one save game, and that one save game is going to be about 1 kilobyte large. Surely we don't need more. Surely. So, the point is, if we were in real danger of running into the limit, then we'd want to implement some kind of check that gently tells the user, tells the player, hey, whatever you're doing, stop. Consider having fewer save games, consider deleting ones that you no longer want. But the limits are so absurdly high that I don't imagine it will literally ever be an issue. Hell, I can even allow 10,000 save games. Then it would be completely impossible. And even if we hit that limit, then the only thing that's going to happen is that the synchronization is going to fail, which is icky, but it's okay. At that point, you deserve what you get. So, now, Steam is quite polite in this way, because if the file doesn't exist, it's created for you. If it does already exist, then it is overwritten. So we don't need to concern ourselves with any of that. We might want to check the return code for whether it actually succeeded, but meh. I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to. So, that's this knocked out. Right. So that's the writing side covered. We also want to cover the reading side, where that's this right here. Get JSON files matching, which of course, whoopsie, of course that is an abstraction that I made because this program was made by aliens. Do you want to know how file management works in GameMaker? There are two methods for this. There is file find first and file find next. Is there a method file find list or anything like that? No. There is not. There is, in fact, no way built into GameMaker to get a list of files that are in a given directory or that match a given mask. In this case, the mask is that it is in that directory and it ends with .his, which is my proprietary format for hit idle save. Because I'm just way too cool to use .sav or anything like that, or just call it the .json file because it is a .json file. Look, if I can make my own file format, I'm gonna. Simple as. Besides, you can open it with any text editor and it'll recognize what it is. So don't worry about that. So what you need to do in order to get a list of, oh, I don't know, save games that the user might want to load, what you need to do is you need to find the first file name, and as long as it's not empty string, because this function doesn't return undefined or null or anything like that if there is no matching file. No, it returns empty string. Because of course, it returns the file name of what it has found. For as long as there are such files, you need to manually put those into a list. And hey, by the way, and okay, so you need to call this function repeatedly. Get off it. I know. Instead of repeatedly calling file find first, what you need to do is you need to call file find next. You may notice that this method has no arguments. It takes no arguments because it will continue on the search that was set up by file find first. There's an implicit link between both of these that, sure, the manual tells you about it, but this is insane that you have to call one method to set up a global state that this then reuses, and man, it's insane. It is absolutely insane. Not only that this is how it works, just that you have to do this in order to get a list of save files. Anyway, so, so this is good enough. But this is the non-Steam fallback. So let's... There is a opportunity to reuse some code here, like we can reuse this array, then fill it either with this method or with the Steam method and return it. However, I'm just gonna continue like so, using the same pattern that if Steam's enabled, then we do the Steam thing and we return out. Specifically, well, we can define the array up here. We can do that. So define the array. And if Steam is enabled, then fill it in this way and return it. The difference between this and what I was just talking about is that here we have two different return statements. That saves me having to put all this code inside an else. It just looks a little prettier. So, what Steam offers us is sane, because Steam offers us, as the comment already states, it offers us a lovely little function called Steam file get list. Here it is. Yes. So var all files is Steam file get list. Now, fundamentally, we could just return this out because every file that is backed up with Steam is a save file. But that is making an assumption that I'm not 100% confident making. So what we are going to do is we are then going to loop through this. Well, first off, we can't return this because this returns us a list of Steam Cloud file entries that just contain the file name and the file size. So what we need to do is we need to loop through this. I should make a counter of how many times this stream, has Toraka wished he was just writing in Java and could use the Stream API? Because what we need to do right here is we need to take all the file Steam Cloud file entries, so all file entries, we need to take this, we need to check that the file name ends in .his, so it is probably a save file. We then need to retrieve the file using the file name, and we need to parse our returned file. So this is something that the Stream API in Java is wonderful at. In fact, I'm feeling crazy, so watch as I write Java code from memory that totally would do this. Arrays.stream all file entries. That gives us the stream map. No, first we filter. No, first we map onto Steam Cloud file entry, get file name. None of this is real code, so don't worry about it. I just want to show off how easy it will be. Filter these into file name into a lambda, file name dot ends with .his. That is a thing that you can do, and map that with the Steamworks, we'll call it. In Java there would have to be a class that contains this method. Steamworks method reference steam file read. That's going to give us the string content. Map this again onto JSON parse. Try to type correctly. .toList. There. That is everything that I am about to do. So what it does is it takes the array, it transforms it so that we're disregarding the full entry and just taking the file name. It looks only at those file names that end the way that we want them to. Then it retrieves the file, it parses it, and puts it out into a list. Now, that's that, but of course we don't have that luxury here. So instead, our file name is equal to the all file entries i.file name. Before you ask, no, obviously you can't, there's not a getter, you have to access the property directly, but hey, it's just a struct, it will be fine. If file name how do you, is there a surely, yes, exactly. So if string ends with, the file name ends with .his, then we want to content is Steam file read with the file name, and yes, we want to push the parsed content because that's what JSON load does. We want to push, so array push JSON parse with the content into valid seeming files. Yeah. Isn't that so much easier? Right. Well, that should be quite good for us. I can imagine one thing, which is, well, step one, it's probably not working because code that you make doesn't work. That's just how that works. Also, what is probably going to happen if it does work is I am going to find an empty list of save games. Because, of course, right now in my Steam cloud there is nothing. In fact, I'm not even positive that the Steam cloud is properly configured. So, well, I suppose we'll find out. But that is our abstraction, and because we've stuck this into the existing abstraction, we don't even need to change anything. The call side already does this. And that's the beauty of it. I don't need to know or care where this function was called from. We just want to... All that we care about is we give it a path and we give it a mask, and actually... no... Right. We give it a mask, and it's going to provide us with the content of all files that match this mask. There's one more thing that I don't like about this, which is right now I'm giving it a file mask, which is this right here. This star.his, meaning match any file that ends in this mask. I might be able to make this more elegantly, so let's say string... no? And we... surely there is a method that tells us whether a string matches a given mask. Should, but currently I'm not seeing it. Regex game maker. Oh, of course, GameMaker doesn't support regex. That's okay, that's fine. We don't need that. I mean, admittedly, regular expressions are something rather advanced for the target audience that GameMaker is going towards. I'm just saying that if you have saves in your game, then you are going to have to use the file system. You need to use this mask to locate them. Guess what this is? The mask is simply a regex. So GameMaker has regular expressions. It just doesn't allow you to use them, which is excellent. There is somebody who very kindly implemented regex as a script asset, but I'm not gonna bother, because yeah, this is fine. What we could do is, instead of taking the full mask, we could just take the ending. But that might be good. Let's say that we need to change this. So that would be like so. Now we'd need to change this. Here. Okay. So now we can tell it what ending we want the files to have, and it will turn that into a file mask to make GameMaker happy. And with Steam, it's just gonna use this as it was intended. Right, shall we give it a try? Place your bets now. Will it crash? Will it work? Not spoiling, but that looks pretty worky. Well, it works in the sense that the load button is now disabled because I've got no save files in as far as the game is concerned. If I switch over to the itch demo configuration, watch out, I'm going to explode your mind. Damn it! Why? Why does Steam integrate when I'm on the itch demo config? Because I'm a dumb. So this one is entirely on me. What's happening is that in Steamworks, I have configured it to use the game, but I don't want it to. But I need to be careful. Is this going to show off my files? No, excellent. So this does need to be configured, but we can set it to the default application ID. That way. Oh, it sure is still working. Okay. So. I guess task half failed successfully. I have gotten the genie out of the bottle. Putting the genie back in the bottle is surely super easy, right? Yeah, this actually isn't going to be too terrible. I'm just gonna take a look at my local files and make sure that the save games are still there. Yes, excellent. Okay, but that is... Actually, that's something that we can fix right away. Let me take a look at the Clock of Doom. Oh, the Clock of Doom says that it is break time, because it is the top of the hour, so... as mentioned earlier, I want to take hourly breaks because that seems to be how Twitch wants to handle stuff. So it's fine, I'm feeling a certain need anyway. So, gonna stretch, walk around a bit, follow the calls of nature. You guys feel free to do the same. Don't go too far. In just a few minutes, we're gonna be back and we are going to make sure that Steam only does its thing when it's supposed to. I already have a very good idea to do that. Because otherwise, until I fix that, I'm not going to be able to update the demo on itch, which is going to be an issue. So, as always, gonna run a few ads during the break, purely so that the pre-roll ads stay away. See you in a bit, don't go too far. Okay, ads should be over for everyone. Let us continue. So, um, ba, 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 ba. So what is happening? What can we observe? Well, if I press this button and we start the game, we observe that the load button is disabled, which tells us that the game isn't detecting any save games. I further observe that the Steam overlay is popping up, which it's not supposed to. Let's say. Most certainly is not supposed to. For that though, there is a method that I am currently trying to locate. You can shut down the here it is, it's called Steam Shutdown, it's in Object Game. So, Object the game, but here it just continuously updates Steam, and when we end the game we shut it down. I suppose first let us diagnose. No, not in this method, but in the one that retrieves our files. So, just really quickly diagnose using Steam. Yeah. If I am right about this, then it is, in fact, it is using Steam. Even though it's not supposed to, because I am logged into my Steam account and I have Steam. Obviously, me being the developer, it is in my library. What's actually interesting is I'm not launching it through Steam, I'm launching it through GameMaker, but Steam picks up that I've launched the app, and so it hooks into it anyway. Is this because Steam has pretty much kernel level access to your entire machine and it reads everything that you're doing, and we're just letting it do that because Gabe Newell is a pretty swell guy? Yeah, don't worry about that. Though, you know, I'm thinking about that. And what I could do is, if we are not in Steam, then we would want the store equals store.steam, and that's what we could do in order to prevent the Steam integration when we don't want it. And that might be a decent idea, because well, we want to pretend that we're not a Steam app when we launch another way, and also okay, peek behind the curtain. The reason why I bother to distinguish where we come from the reason that I bother to distinguish where we come from, only showing the h.io logo here. By the way, that did it. Steam is now disabled and we are once again accessing our local drive. But the reason that I only showed the itch.io icon here, and when on the Steam release I swap it out for the Steam logo, is, think about it. It is, simply put, quite impolite to distribute a game on someone's platform and then you link to a different competing platform that also sells games, where you could also purchase this game, especially in the demo version. Which is why it is strongly discouraged. One might even call it an instant ban-worthy offense to do so, to link to other storefronts. Steam is very clear on that, and it's also very much like they'll link to each other. That's cool. You can link to each other on the store page. Also because Steam features regional pricing, so that the game is cheaper in certain areas where that makes sense, but $10 isn't the same for everybody. Fun fact, I put in the price and it actually wanted me to raise the price in Switzerland. It wanted me to make the game 10% more expensive in Switzerland. Because fuck us, I suppose. Because, hey, the Swiss people can afford it. Overcharge them. Make them pay more for the same game. I have manually changed that so that the Swiss price is equivalent to the US price, because that is bogus and I won't stand for that. Yes, sure, practically in Switzerland wages are higher, costs of living are higher, so relatively speaking it does make sense that if you want to take the same cost of living out of a person, then a Swiss person is going to have to pay more dollars. But here's the thing, if I charge you 10 Swiss francs, then that's already more than $10. Because the dollar is having a time, and the Swiss franc is a relatively stable currency, even when literally everything else is not. 10 Swiss francs is like $11 already, so we'd be overcharging them double, both on conversion, just setting prices 1-to-1, and by then also raising the price. So the net extra price increase would be about 20%. And that I actually won't stand for. So, but, so. Currently, this works as far as it will use your local files when Steam isn't working. But it still pops up the overlays. So what I think we're gonna do is we're only going to do this if store equals store.steam. Else we want to just set that to false, and we want to make sure that the overlay isn't running. There. What's going to happen now? Overlay, why are you being complicated? My god. Like, we are after the... You know what, whatever. I guess that's fine enough. Is this going to... No, this is not going to record. Excellent. Because this app ID is incorrectly set anyway. Well... I'll have a moment to think about that sometime later. So, but the cool thing is, if we do change this into the Steam config, then it does appear to be perfectly working. It is entirely possible that I have misconfigured the Steam Cloud, or I've not turned it on yet. But let's find out. Bing. So, for right now, well, this is working. It hasn't thrown any errors, it hasn't crashed, so that's quite good. What if the game was unexpectedly closed right now? It should have already saved. And so it did. And we can retrieve this from the cloud. Excellent! Now, this doesn't fully mean that cloud saves are working. Keep in mind, because all that this means is that the cloud, that Steam is saving a local file copy. Yay, her. How can I detect that? Isn't there a method of some kind? There should be a method that tells us whether or not Steam is ready to work this. Yeah. Is cloud enabled for app? Is cloud enabled for account? So I don't think we need to concern ourselves terribly much with this right now. Let's just check real fast. Is everything set up properly? So app is Steam is cloud enabled for app. Account is Steam is cloud enabled for account. Put something into the console, and that something looks very encouraging because here it is. It's enabled for the app and it is enabled for the account, so this will be putting it into the cloud. Now, again, I could use these functions to check whether the cloud is truly on, but I don't need to. I don't need to care, I don't need to know. All that I need is I need to call the Steam functions, and then that'll take care of it if it fails to synchronize with the cloud. I don't care, I've still got the local copy, so that's all good. Now then, having probably verified that Steam Cloud works onto itself, let's have ourselves a think. When we open the app coming out of the itch demo, what we want to do is we want to look over the save games, and for each of them we want to move it into the Steam Cloud if it is not already there. So for that's going to be a bit icky. I'm gonna say that's going to be a bit icky. So get JSON files matching. Here we are. We want to do this at some point. If Steam integration is enabled, we want to go into our local directory and synchronize everything from the local directory into Steam. So I suppose let's do that. Do it without disturbing the user's experience whatsoever. Hey, by the way, where do you figure it saved that to? I don't know. But I can find out. Oh, it went deep into my Steam folder. Gotcha. But that was just me being curious. Again, with abstraction, the entire point is I don't know, I don't need to know. All that I know is I'm putting it somewhere and I'm going to be able to find it with the same name that I gave it originally. That's all. So, I suppose do we want to do this inside this function? The thing is, we don't want to waste time. We want to ideally only synchronize save files once if we are now Steam integrated, but there were previously created save files. However, that theoretically could happen at any time. So, I think we are just going to go with how I've described it. So, for that, Steam file write file just takes two file names. It takes the path that it is within Steam, and it takes the path that it is on the local disk, which means both of these are going to be path. Well, but we need to extract these file names. Gotcha. Okay. For that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a new function within this, I would say. I'm not sure on the etiquette of putting multiple functions inside of the same script assets. I tend to prefer to put each function inside its own script asset, but I can see this or that being better. So find file names is going to be the function of the day. We are going to extract all of this logic except for the JSON load part. Yeah, easy enough. So, file name is find the first file, then loop through all of the file names that you find. So file names is going to need to be an array that we can then return. And we don't need this. This is for actually loading the content. So while file name is not empty string, we want to array push it in there. Push the file name into the file names. Then find the next one. See if you can locate it. As for arguments, it is going to take precisely the same ones. There it is, which means this actually does not have type checking yet. How silly of me. This is a string. The ending will also be a string. And attributes is an enum. Attributes type dot enum. There we go. It was working perfectly well before. That's the point of type checking. It's not doing anything, it's just asserting that we are properly calling the function. So, with this, we can, for one, we can refactor. Instead of having this ugly loop right here, we can go to our file names is find file names with the path, the ending, and the attributes. Then, instead of this terrible while loop, we can go for each of the file names that we have found. Try to load it. Oh, and I have a screaming. Wait, am I doing something dumb? Nope. Sorry, I forgot. Did you think that this made an amount of sense? Because sure, you need to repeatedly query for every single file, but at least it makes sense. GameMaker gives you the file name. It does not give you the file path, it gives you the file name. The difference being that what this file name gives me is going to be steam some numbers.his. What I want though is I actually want saves slash that. And you would think if I am searching like this, so I'm giving the path, I'm giving it saves slash star.his. That is how we are searching. You would think the file name that is then returned would be relative to, well, where we searched from. And we wouldn't have to reconstruct the path. You'd think. But no, it only gives the name of the final file without any path, so you need to then reconstruct the path that you are using. Why? Because this program was made by aliens. I'll always insist. But anyway, let's not get too upset. So, loop through the found file names. Then we can remove all of this. Loop through the file names that we have located in this manner. Try to load them as JSON files, and if that succeeds, then put them into the valid seeming files. Now, this already is a whole lot prettier, but that's not the end of what I wanted here. Because what I want is I want to use this here in order to synchronize the list between Steam and the local files. So I suppose if we are doing this, whether or not we use Steam, then we may as well move it up here. Grab the file names. If Steam is enabled, then process it with Steam, otherwise process it off of the local disk. So, now what's going to happen? Right, we need to synchronize this, so we need to, one more time. Let me spell out what I'm thinking about. File names with an underscore because it's a var. We need to resolve file names I to Steam name, including path, because of course I'm giving Steam the full path, right? And it is using that. Yes, it is creating a directory called saves, and my save game is inside that. So I do need to include the path in the file name. Then I need to check if Steam has this file. If not, use Steam file write file to synchronize. What I could do is I could simply at all times, well, I could, but that would be a terrible idea. Actually, this would be kind of a terrible idea one way or the other. So this will work at the basic level. However, we now face a conundrum, which is that if we do this every time that we search for file names, then I am going to then as we progress the save file, we are going to change its contents. We are going to change its name. So naturally, the Steam has this file check is going to return false, because Steam no longer is going to have this file saved, because it's got a different timestamp. Which means the next time that we run this, we are going to resynchronize the same file. So we are effectively going to copy the file every time we launch the game and progress the save file. That is suboptimal. That is most certainly suboptimal. Options that we have. What options do we have? We can simply delete the file after we're done with it. Which is certainly going to be an effective solution, but is it going to be the best solution? Because if in some unintended manner you make a save file using the hdemo, then you go to Steam and the game synchronizes and deletes your local save files, and then you go back to the hdemo and you're wondering, hey, where did my saves go? That's that's a scenario that is possible to happen. Is it going to happen? I honestly doubt it. The alternative is not great. We would need some way to mark a file for whether or not it should be synchronized. Because the file name is not valid in this. There are possible ways about this. Of course, we can use, for instance, the files, like the name, yeah. So what I mean is every save file has a name. The name doesn't matter because everybody calls it teacher, and I find that infinitely amusing. But every save file has a name. More importantly, that is part of the file name, because where we are right here, this is not yet parsed. This, as far as GameMaker is concerned, is just a file containing whatever. So GameMaker doesn't know that this is saved data. So we'd have to take it out of the file name. We could do that, but then we would have to like cross-check with the list of all files in Steam, and we would have to check whether any file of that name already exists in Steam. Right, I have another idea. I've got another idea, which is not to delete the file, but to mark it regardless. So this is of course going to be bothersome, but it's going to work. So we need to do two things. We need to both mark it as synchronized in the file name so that we can just ignore it. We also need to make sure that anytime it is written to in the future, we don't resynchronize it. Or maybe we do, right? Maybe we do want to do that, because in this unintended manner, if you have a save file on itch, which, let's be clear, itch is going to point to the demo. So maybe the correct answer here is don't worry about it, because of course. Well, no. Egg. Okay, what I'm thinking right now is it's possible that there simply is no going back to non-Steam. That as soon as this Steam integration is made, we write this into your Steam cloud, and the from that point forward, everything goes through Steam. Which unfortunately would mean that I would have to remove the executable from itch, and I'm not terribly keen on that because that has to work. But hey, here, I'm having a thought. But here's the thing: if you have the itch version, you grab the demo from itch, and you have Steam running, then we can just use Steam to persist our save files for us. There's no need to be concerned. We can let Steam handle it, whether or not like you intend to. The local disk basically can just be a fallback. In that case, from that point forward, provided that you always have Steam running, that's going to work. That's a very big provided. Yeah, no, that's not good enough. Boy, that's a bother. That is annoying. Because, sure, going back to the scenario that I've described, which is you are on itch, you download the demo, then you go to the Steam version, or at least you have Steam open, which means it synchronizes and then deletes your save files. And then what, you go back to purely playing the itch demo? That scenario is unlikely. What is much more likely, however, is that you are somebody like me who doesn't let Steam auto start because, well, Steam gets to play when I decide it does. I don't need to have it running all the time, literally just because that's unnecessary resource usage. So, you have the Edge demo. You don't have the game on Steam. But you have Steam running at the time that you play this demo. Then it's a new day, Steam is not running, you launch the demo. Where are your save files? Right. So, I suppose we are going to have to go with the solution of marking it, which is going to be its own kind of adventure. So, for the moment, let us simply implement the happy case. So, for right now, we need to file name is file names I, or rather the Steam file name is file names I preceded by path. So let's make this a template string. Is going to be file names I. First, it's going to be path and a slash. This slash syntax probably is also going to break some stuff, although I think the forward slash should work, yeah? Well, the forward slash works on Windows and Mac OS, I think. Linux insists on the backslash, but anyway, not important. If Steam file exists, and I really wished GameMaker would stop jumping out of this preview autocomplete every time that I, like, not even every time, just 50% of the time that I press the down arrow, it jumps out of it, which means, well, instead of auto-completing the function name, I jump to the next line, and then, because I press enter, I'm creating a new line. So that's a bit annoying. So if it does not yet exist, what we want to do is we use Steam file write file in order to copy the Steam file name, which is in this case going to be the same path, because this includes our path. Okay. That is not going to take care of the possible recopying of the files, but I've got an idea for that. So, there it is. Synchronized all my save files into Steam. Problem is, of course, well, alternatively, hey, I've got an idea. Really. We want to give Steam the control if it is, like if it's present, then we want the save file lists to be used primarily out of Steam. However, comma, we can of course run our local backup. Or what we can do is we can completely toss the local backup and only write with Steam. the problem with that is that I've already released the Edge demo without integrating Steam Cloud, so we've kind of got to. Okay, very simple, very simple. What I need to do is I need to quit Steam so that the Steam API isn't functional. And I need to test, well, if we just always use Steam. Yeah? If we always use Steam, then what's going to happen? Because it is entirely possible that Steam just is going to still it's still going to put those files, I don't know, somewhere. And I don't need to worry about it. I suppose all that I need to do for that is to launch. It does not. Okay. As makes some amount of sense. Because, do you know why? Because, of course, save files are supposed to be specific to the user. If you change your Steam login, you're supposed to see different save files. Okay. That, frankly, I'm gonna have to think on that problem. If I had been a little more patient and if I had, well, no, if I had introduced Steam Cloud from the start, then I'd still be facing the same issue here. Because, as we've just established, if you have no Steam integration whatsoever, then this don't work. Then this, then Steam isn't going to manage your save files for you, which means you need the local backup. I think what's just gonna have to happen is I'm going to have to mark the files that were synchronized, but that introduces a secondary issue, an issue of desynchronization. Because if you progress without Steam on, then we do want to, right, we want that progress to be copied into Steam. And I suppose in that remote instance that is easy enough. Like, in that instance, we do want to resynchronize that, which actually makes it easier, because that means we don't have to track which files were or were not synchronized in the case that you then play those without Steam on and later you play them with Steam on. Honestly, this is just going way too deep anyway. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this file into synced and the file name there. And of course I also need to check that it's not already synced. So, hey, by the way, tiny tip, you want to order your conditionals because, sorry, this shouldn't be an or, this should be an and. Generally, you want your conditionals to be in the order of what is simplest. And in most cases, this doesn't change anything and you don't need to worry about it. But in this case, for instance, string starts with, so if the, well, funny. No, this is fine. In this case, what we want to check two things. Does our file name path start with synced? Which would be does file names I start with synced? This is cheap. This is quick. We just need to look at a string and ask, hey, does it start with this value? Going to Steam and asking it if a given file exists or not, that's expensive. That is, relatively speaking, going to take a long time. So if we already know that the file is synced and we don't want to resynchronize it anyway, then we don't need to bother asking Steam about it. So we can save that time. Little background about that. When you use the AND operator, which is this double AND, or in GameMaker you can also write the word AND. If the first conditional is not true, then it doesn't bother executing the second one, because why would it? In an AND, all conditions need to be true. And if you already know that one of them is false, then there's no need to continue evaluating, because you know for a fact the whole operation won't be true. So that is why you want to put the more expensive one later, so that you don't always execute it if it doesn't need to be. The same thing can be done with the logical OR operator, and in that case, if it's already true, then well, the operation is true if one of the conditions is true, meaning it's also not going to bother executing the second one. Okay, let's have a look. So this has done summon. Yes, you can see all my old save games back from when I implemented saving. I'm a little scared to load this, which is why we're going to. Yeah, that makes sense. Right, it's an invalid save file, obviously, but because I over-engineer all my code, what's happening is that it is cleaning the save file to still be runnable, and the state that it's in, I suppose I just deleted that file. Goodbye history. Yeet. Because it is in the first week, because that save file is, I'm pretty sure, from before I implemented weeks as a concept, it just went straight to the tutorial. Anyway, what is it that I'm trying to test? Well, I have executed this, which means I need to go to my saves directory and check whether it renamed our files. Did it ever? Ah, yes. Of course. I want to synchronize it if it doesn't start with synced. So here we've got another one. We want to ask, does it not start with synced and does it not already exist? For this, we can apply the law of De Morgan, which tells us that instead of that, we can ask, is it not true that either the file starts with synced or it exists in Steam? That's logically equivalent, but it removes the negation from both of them. This is another piece that is just, it's just a question of style, it's a question of what you want to do. I generally prefer to have only a single negation. It still is not renaming those saves. Oh my... yeah. Right, because... oh my goodness, I am a dumb... Right, I don't want to call this file rename better method, I just want to call file rename. Because what I've been doing until now is I've been renaming them inside Steam. That's not good. That's not useful. Now, where was this? Here it is. Oopsie poopsie. Right. Instead of that, go from the Steam file name to synced. There. Because we want to force this to happen on the local disk, whether or not we have Steam enabled. In fact, in this case, we have Steam enabled, so calling to the function that looks at whether Steam is enabled, and if so, it works within Steam and not on the local disk is very silly indeed. So, with us having now executed this, let me take another look at the saves directory, and it ain't working. Oh well, it's a mystery I'll solve later. Probably, yeah, what's happening is it's not doing this because Steam already has those files. That's what's happening. That's okay. I can, in the invisible file, in the invisible window that y'all don't see, I can go into my Steam folder, which is in fact populated by a wild variety of files, and I can let them have a tragic accident. Goodbye, files. Now we can trigger the resynchronization, which is still going to give us those files. Somewhere here there should also be a Steam file, but I'm not seeing it. That's an interesting one to write down. Regardless, so looking now, now it's not synchronizing at all. What's happening? At this point, I need to have a better look at this, which means we are breaking out the debugger. I've got a pretty good idea of what's happening, but it's better to see it for yourself. Well, we see one thing, which is that I am an idiot. Obviously, it's only gonna do that thing when Steam is running. That's the entire thing. This entire time, we've been failing this conditional, because Steam isn't enabled when I'm not logged in. Right, give that another try. No, thank you, Steam. I'm not interested in the City Skylines free demo, or free weekend even. Right. Now then, we have the Steam saves. They have all been synchronized into the Steam directory, and going into the saves directory. Have they bugger been renamed? Oh well, that is something that I will figure out later, because it's not important. So, what shall we do with the rest of our time today? Well, leaving aside specific exceptions to specific edge cases, we've been quite productive. The Steam Cloud is up and running, and this is, I'll have to check whether it truly is synchronizing to the cloud, but I've no reason to assume it doesn't. It is at least working with the local file system. Meaning? No. No, I'm seeing it. I've seen it. God damn it, dumb. I thought I was so clever, but I really am not. Right, what's been happening is I've been trying to rename those save files to synced, which, you know, makes sense so far. But that, of course, tries to put the word synced in front of the file name, which isn't the worst idea, really. Worse ideas than that do exist. Unfortunately, it's not going to automatically create that folder. Basically, what I was trying to do was put it inside the folder named synced saves, which I suppose, well, worse ideas than that do exist. But no, I just really want to rename the original file. So this is going to be a template string which contains path/synced underscore file name. There. And I need to one more time trigger the synchronization, which means I need to go into my folder and I need to delete all of these. There we are. Ah, and now we've broken stuff. Excellent. Unexpected end of data. I figure I'm pretty sure I've got an idea of what we are looking at here. And let me explain. What we want is we want to make sure to tell us what file name we're currently working on, because what I think is happening is that Windows has put invisible files into my soup, or it just works. Excellent. That's, if you're going to crash, then please crash consistently so that I know and I can reproduce it. This is the worst of all of it. Did it at least do the thing that it's supposed to do now? No. Whatevers. Figure this out later. So, what can we do with our time? So we've got achievements at a point that they need to be, which is not very, they don't need to be functional for the demo release. And what I need to do, for sure, is I need to make sure that any achievements you should still be unlocking, if you load a saved game, you get those. Though I could take this save and lazy route here, that right now that is precisely one achievement. And that achievement is called Full Club, which is impossible to get in the demo, just like Starband. So sure, the first time that you launch the game, what I could do is that the room handler checks how many idols do you have, and then then it sets your progress on that achievement accordingly. Or I could just wait until you recruit a new idol. It's gonna be pretty quick anyway, so I think I'm gonna be lazy. What can we still do? I would like to do stuff that is relatively safe, because I don't... I mostly want to release the same demo on Steam as I did on itch. Plus fixes, obviously. But I don't want to break a lot of stuff, and everything that's going to be in the demo already is. So I've mostly been working on save stuff until I get Steam up, which I suppose that would give us the obvious point that we've got to progress these capsules. But I don't wanna. What else can we do? Oh, that's a cute thing. Yeah. We can. Nah. We can do something very silly that is very much going to break the game, probably. That is going to need a lot of special handling. So I've been asked, hey, in this here, I suppose it broke once, but it's fine now. Right here. If we go here, we go to poster artistry. I've been asked, hey, why don't you put a rainbow crayon that puts each letter in what you're writing in a different color? Why don't I do that? Sounds super simple. It's not like this is very specific, and honestly, no, I'm not gonna do that. Because sure, games are all about doing stuff that nobody expects out of you, but this is entirely too much effort, and it's completely going to break everything about how this works. Like, how do you draw a note with a rainbow crayon, right? So no, we're not gonna do that. I think what's going to happen is, first it is break time. I'm gonna think about what's going to happen, and then we are going to do our last little bit of stream. So one more time, the restroom calls to me. It is inescapable. Gonna take a little time, walk around, think about what I'm doing. You guys feel free to do the same. Don't go too far. In just a few minutes we'll be back, and we'll find something to do. I'm sure it'll be exciting. See you then. Okie dokie. That's all going to be over. I should certainly hope so. Right. I suppose I really don't want to. I don't want to do assets. I wished I didn't have to, but unfortunately, if you want to release on Steam, then you gotta play by Steam's rules. And that regrettably is going to involve making a lot of assets as they please. So, do I have this open? No. Basically, what Steam asks of you is for 9 different assets, all of which are just different. They are all specific sizes. They need to be exact pixel sizes. All of them are different aspect ratios. All of them are, of course, different sizes. And for the most part, they are largely the same thing. Most part. And you'd probably be forgiven if you largely submit the same thing. But of course, with them being different sizes, you have different possibilities to put different stuff there. Or we could go the Undertale route of, yeah, it's the title on a black background, deal with it. I suppose worse possibilities than that do exist. So, the thing is, my logo is not terribly eye-catching. Well, my logo is pretty wide, that's the thing that I'm trying to talk about. So, I'm just gonna pick out header capsule. Let's go. The header capsule is not this size. The header capsule is actually 920 by 430. Good thing that I wrote this out. So, what I like to do is, well, I would like to not do this. Snark. But, right? So, you've got one asset that is 920 by 430, and you've got another that is 462 by 174. It's so close. You could just make this 460 by 165, and that would mean that the small capsule could be a perfect scale down of the header capsule. Anyway, not important. So that's what it is. What I like to do is, because I'm still not great at art, and I'm hoping somebody will save me from this torment, I simply take the game's logo, since that's what this is all about. It's all about being recognizable and ideally also a little eye-catching in the Steam list of games. But most importantly, it needs to be recognizable with its title for what it is. So, I'm just gonna toss this. What I then like to do, I've got my chic. I've got my thing where I draw everything at a tiny resolution, like 138 by 36 is how big this image is, and then it gets upscaled 6 times. Of course, it doesn't need to be precisely 6 times. I can make pixel art however, so in this case, 920 is just a bit shy of 6 times 138, isn't it? No, that actually would fit very beautifully. So let's actually do that. Very conveniently, we can just upscale this 6 times and properly call it. This is going to be our header capsule. And then we add padding to bring it to the proper size, because I can't upscale this anymore. So we just resize 920 by 430. I'm not 1000% satisfied with this. Also, I'm gonna need to add a background to this. But this works. It works, at least I suppose, well enough to then pass to an actual talented artist who is going to be much better at this than I, and who is going to save me. That's the plan. And if that plan doesn't work out, then, well, I can still make something of the assets that I've created. Not happy with this one, mind, but this is just for a start. Right, store the colors so that we can steal them. Then we go, yep, header capsule. And they're all going to fit the basic theme, which is, because I can't think of anything else that would look okay, it's gonna be just the table background, whose theme, music is being very chill right now, whose theme, well, I got what I asked for, I suppose, is it's got this light brown and it's got the dark brown, which is meant to signify, that's actually meant to signify the edge of the table. But I'm not sure it's, I think that actually comes across. Okay, now to help myself, I shall enable the grid. That way, even though we are now working at the full resolution size, I still have the grids telling me how large each pixel is and where it is positioned, and of course we're going to have to commit a little sin, because 430, yes, neither 920 nor 430 are a full multiple of 6. So we're just gonna have to cheat a little bit, because we want this to be aligned at the edge. So 2 possibilities exist. Option A is we do it like this, and we just pretend like these pixels are aligned, or we make this slightly smaller on the edge here, which is also going to mean that we're gonna have a smaller alignment, and likewise here we have a thicker border. Unfortunately, because of the way that humans are, this is almost certainly going to stand out, especially in this corner here, and especially in this corner right here. So I don't think that's going to look good. Ugh, no, look. Oh, that is blatantly obvious. Okay. So, option B it is, which is to stick with pixel size and just ignore that these pixels aren't actually aligned. What I mean by that is that this pixel starts slightly too early. It should have more space to go down here. And consequently, if you measure the distance from here to there, then this isn't going to be pixel aligned, but then neither is the logo actually. That is weird, why isn't it? Ah, right, because, yeah. Because the pixel grid is very disturbed to begin with, because we are using a non-standard size. Anyway, what we're just gonna do is we're going to pretend like that's not happening. Don't worry about it. And in order to do so, we're going to draw ourselves a little corner here and a corner here. For that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then another 3 in the middle. And that is as rounded as we get in pixel art. There we are. Then we can copy this, and pasta it everywhere that we want it. Of course, slight problem, which is why. So there's a slight problem that I cannot use the pixel grid in order to align my corners. I would have to do it by eye, which means what we're going to do is we're only going to copy the small inside that I can then align with the outside border that we already have, like so. Okay. It's fine, nobody's going to notice the difference. It doesn't matter that this is misaligned. Who's gonna know? To begin with, this is this is huge, so yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna know the difference. Well, that actually looks semi-decent, I have to say. Well, that's one thing that we can be happy with. Only so many to go, and unfortunately, every time I've been knocking out the easy ones, hoping to get some kind of inspiration to make the rest less terrible, but it's kinda not working. Well, let's move on to the main capsule, which is, are you ready? 1232 pixels by 706. Yes, precisely that, and nothing else. Precisely that, no smaller, no bigger. This is very almost 16 by 9. It isn't 16 by 9. It is a tiny bit less wide than 16 by 9 would require. Why? I don't know. Ask Gabe Newell and he will provide you with another sale. Probably. I don't know. Most importantly, what use is complaining, right? So, we're going to employ the exact same technique. We're going to take our logo, and specifically, what I'm doing is I'm taking the small logo, which is 138 by 36. So this is in the space where basically 1 pixel equals 1 pixel. It sounds silly, but this is the unscaled version. There is then also the upscale version. If I launch the game, everything that you see inside the game is upscaled. So this logo up here, in this logo, every pixel is represented by 6 pixels on your screen. So scaling this one further would be difficult, and we would need to make sure that there is even space in our image to hold it. And since we've just established that Steam has very specific requirements, there's just not gonna be. So, Steam main capsule. Honestly, this design of hang on, I need to look up a word real fast. Well, if I right, yeah, that word does not exist in English, not the way that we use it. Spy spread. I can't see anything in this image other than spy spread because of the way that it's brown and the type that we eat in Switzerland is, seriously, it's this exact shade of brown, and it also has rounded corners. So, and even though this is a foreign culture invasion, you may call it, at this point it is pretty standard that you put little Santa stickers on it. Well, if you're real fancy, then the Santa is made from sugar, from some kind of edible print material. Realistically, it's just gonna be a paper sticker that you're not supposed to eat because it's a holiday kind of food. Anyway, the point is, this spice bread kind of design is going to work for most of the assets that we are asked to create. Like, look, watch me. So, one more time. So, this needs to be 1232. How many times does that go into, or does 138 go into that? I don't know. Almost 9. So we're going to upscale it 8 times. And yes, for those who are paying attention at home, I am breaking with my usual tradition of upscaling everything by a factor of 6 in order to upscale it to the size that we are actually asked to create. Otherwise, like, sure, I could stick with my times 6 factor and then make it the size that we are asked for, but that would mean that the logo would be real tiny. And what's more important than maintaining that every pixel is precisely 6 pixels is to maintain the relative size of everything. Consequently, we now have a 8x8 pixel grid. And does it align? Of course it does not. Why though? Oh, it is consistently 1 pixel off because, of course, 1232 does go by 8. So it is horizontally aligned, but on the vertical axis, we don't. On the vertical axis, we are not aligned exactly because 706, the nearest multiple would be 720, which means we are 2 pixels over perfect alignment. Oh well, someone's gonna notice, and that's a problem for them. I'm just making what Steam asks of me. So, at this point, we already have our custom color sort, so you know the way that it goes. Fill it with this, then we make a rectangle, 8 pixels on the side. Yep. And scroll all the way across. Make it just touch the edge of the image. Here we are. And same thing. Go to the top corner. Draw ourselves a corner where it is still pixel aligned. Here we go. Actually, I'm still on rectangle, but I suppose it didn't matter in that case. Did I go one too many? Yes, 2, 4, 6. You are supposed to be light brown. There you go. And corner and corner. There we are. I have to redraw and recopy this because, of course, the old corner, which I still have up here, is on a 6x6 pixel grid, not 8x8. Okay. Right. Not that button. Wait, it's supposed to be that button, but... Okay. We are aligned. There. Technically we are off the pixel grid by 2, but we are aligned insofar as anyone's going to notice, insofar as we are aligned with the immediately visible lines next to it. There we are. Don't hate that. It is very, very logo-centric, I admit. But hey, what do you want of me? The big thing is, I literally wouldn't know what else to do. This isn't exactly a game that has a lot of art to give. I mean, I could... There's some debate to be had. There's some debate. Like, I could put in some cutesy music notes, I could do this, I could do that. All of those are options. But it's not like we've got a central hero that we can we can have his face stare at you in the main capsule. Not like I would even really want that. And if you want an example of what I'm talking about, just look up Red Dead Redemption 2. You know, that has the theme of Arthur, his name is? I think that's Arthur, probably. I don't know, never played that game. Yes, I know, the horses have bollocks. Thank you. Anyway, that's got the theme that it's got the key art of Arthur pointing a gun vaguely at the camera, and that appears in all of its capsules, but I don't really have anything like that. What I could do is I could do something similar with Butterfly, who is kind of the main characterist that I have in the game. But here's the thing, that would get kind of awkward, because I don't have Butterfly. I have a portrait of Butterfly, and the difference being in that is I got this. First of all, I kind of hate this. I am certainly hoping that before the full release I will be able to get the proper character artist to go over this. Also, I would either have to put Butterfly in the context of the photo as she always appears, or I would have to... what? Like, I'd have to cut out just the character without the background, I suppose. Which... Not really into that. And if I wanted to show her in the context of the photo, then hey, there's another problem, which is that this is how she appears in the game. But the photo is labeled with her name, and Steam is rather specific that you actually should not have text other than the logo on your marketing assets. Is this a rule that every AAA game breaks by putting a bunch of 10 out of 10 texts on their assets? Yes. So it's not a hard rule, but you should probably stick to it. So if I wanted to portray her as a photo, then I would have to eschew the name, which at that point, like, at that point, it's not even fully clear anymore what this is supposed to be. So I think we keep away the character art, we just go with the simple logo, go with the spy spread design to pretty much submit the same thing, I suppose. Likewise, I mean, consistency is good. So these assets are all supposed to be mostly the same thing. They even tell you repeatedly, use the same artwork that you use for retail boxes and marketing and make sure the logo is clearly visible. So I'm doing what they want of me here. I just wished I had anything more than the logo to show off, but I suppose not. Anyway, well, so what do we still need to make? What have we already made? The library header is going to be fun. Wait. No. The library header is something different to what I'm thinking of. This is pretty much... In fact, this is the same ratio as the header capsule, so... What if I was to just take this here and... There we go. Job's done. I mean, these are pretty much the same thing, aren't they? Yeah. In fact, I would be willing to bet that if I look up Satisfactory right now and compare its header capsule with... Yep, that is literally the same thing. Also, it's making noise. Please stop. I don't want you to autoplay video. But... okay. Well, that's that, I suppose. So that's perfectly fine. What we still need to do. I'm not satisfied with the library capsule. This is how it displays your game, for instance, in the all games list. And this isn't terribly important. This can be relatively simple. For instance, I'm looking at FTL here. Sorry, FTL colon faster than light, which I suppose is part of the name, which is just the title. Obviously, the logo must always be on there with a thing. The only problem being that I don't have a thing to put underneath it here. So, why do you have a weird origin? Not that it matters, but your origin should be in your middle. Yeah. So, that's where I'm a little stuck. And this is not a small image. We've got a lot of space here to put, I don't know what. There is in fact enough space here. I measured. We could put a bandolier of every single idol photo, but that once again runs into the issue that you're not supposed to put any text other than the logo, for which hey, I've got an idea. We could take this logo here and like scoot it towards the middle, and do the same with, honestly, I should just merge these layers because I no longer need these to be separate. It just took them as merged. So I could put this in the middle, and I could then put all the artworks of all the idols. Once again, I'm not satisfied with how all the idols look, but that's a future problem. It's actually a relatively soon problem, but we're gonna figure something out. So we can put the logo in the middle, and then we could have like there's enough space here, I think, even for a 2x2. Let's think. It is thinky time. So we're gonna take this, we are going to upscale it by a factor of 4. No. Yes. No. By a factor of 2. The reason being that the frame is already double size compared to every single auto sprite. Don't worry about it. I was young and silly. So draw this with a blend color of white so that it's actually as it appears. So theoretically, there would be just about enough space here to put... not up here. So that's the issue with that. Is that if we want to make this bandolier of idols, it kind of has to be like so. It needs to be a ring. Oopsie. Don't put those on a layer that I can't easily remove them from. There. So, something like this, yeah. This middle space could be... Well, I've got an idea for that. It could also be empty. The only problem is... Wait. I didn't just by pure... Oh my god. I freehanded this and it is perfectly pixel aligned. This is not... But considering that I just YOLO'd that by eye, that is beautifully aligned. Anyway, so... Yeah, just same issue. Yeah? If we now try to stick these character arts in here, and for that I'm just going to use butterfly real fast. You are going to go to 128 pixels of size, which is where I need you for this asset. And we are going to fully merge all your layers to more easily copy. There. Let's see how that would look. Library capsule. Rename this to photos. This needs to go just about right here so that it can be centered and be the same distance away from the top, left and right. And in order to help myself, once again, pixel grid comes out. And the photos are not aligned, but that's okay. Like so. I believe so. Right. So, at this point, we would have two options. A, make the photos look as they are supposed to, and write in their names. Or, the second option is to leave this blank. For this would be... Oh, sorry, that's the style, not the font. Okay, handwriting, regular style, let's say 10 point. And we need to be on black color, otherwise that's not gonna work. And we just kinda need to manually align that, but don't worry about it. Also, it's going to cut off the text. Why? Because. But that's okay, we can work with that. Right. So this is obviously just a mock-up, and I'd have to put a whole lot more care into this. I don't know. Well, it would certainly be missing the proverbial cow in the middle, which is the center of the image, yeah? Why do we have all of them around an empty spot? Well, for this we can use, right here it is, the villain's photo, one specific one, and that would be you. In fact, let me drag all of this stuff up here so that I don't have random garbage sprites polluting my space. You, just like everybody else, the problem is this does not go into a photo frame. This just gets upscaled the way that it is. So to 144 pixels of width. Make sure to mark it as what it is. One more time, merge the layers, copy, and go back to the original. So go back to the thing we're working on. Yep. Put that right there. Hey, random question. Did I happen to make all of my idols look in different directions? Kinda. I totally could arrange them that all of them are looking... Oh, that's interesting. I totally could arrange them that they all look towards the center. Now that's interesting. We've also got, of course, we've got the target achieved cross. You eat people, Pillow Lick? No, don't. That's illegal. Even with consent, I think. I distinctly recall that there was actually a case of somebody... I'm not sure if he expired of natural causes or if he was... Well, anyway, of somebody who wanted to be consumed posthumously, and authorities wouldn't allow it because, well, there is such a point where you gotta protect people from themselves. Eating other pillows. Well, if they're tasty, I suppose. So, the point is to not fool around here too much. This is going to be 146. Come on, engineer math. This is 160 minus 2 times 4, which is 8, so that's 152. Got there. Upscale this. Steal it. And bring it to the library capsule. So that we can then very carefully with pixel grid on, once we need to first align this anyway. There. Fortunately, the pixel grid works here. Oh, anyway, how's life? I'm just suffering at art. You know, the usual. What happens every time that we do art, because art is suffering. This kinda looks like a clown nose from this close-up. We'd have to remove the outermost pixels. That's for sure, but we can do that. We can also change our brush back to a small size, because why wouldn't you have a brush for the eraser? Doesn't that only make sense? So, do we like this idea? What do you guys think? Kinda hate it. I'll be honest. I kinda hate it. Because, specifically, this is supposed to display your game in the library, and those images are allowed to be relatively busy. But at the same time, like, imagine if there are now 8 of these character artworks and they happen to be aligned in such a way that they all stare at the middle. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I should have drunk a lot more. I've been live for 4 hours and I've not even consumed this 1.5 liter bottle. I kinda hate that, you know? Because there's just entirely too much going on in this image and it is unfocused, it is unclear. What I would like if I had a talented artist at my back, or heaven forbid if I was able to create such a thing by myself, we call it a carousel in the web development space. Basically, having a stack. Let's just show it off real fast, what I'm talking about, on this separate layout so that I can easily get rid of it. Hide all this stuff for the moment. Like so. And then you have this in front of it, and then there's one in the middle, which is in front. And for that effect, I first need to draw these. Like so, yeah. That kind of effect, except instead of it all being Professor Kerr, we'd use the 5 villains that exist in the game. And like, some of them have crosses over them, some don't. I don't know. I feel like this, more than anything, this does want to be a specific image. Which is purpose created. Just wouldn't even know where to start. And if I enlisted the help of an artist today, then it would be rather tight to get this finished before the enlistment deadline. The enlistment deadline being for the Steam Next Fest, where I'm going to do my best to participate. It just means that I've got to figure stuff out within a month. But even then, well, if we do purpose create an image, what should it show? Right? What should it show? So, I don't want to be too sneaky about the meaning of the words hit idol, but at the same time, being too forthright with it might not be perfect either. Like, if, for example, if we imagine right now that, want to scroll a little so that this is more above me. If we imagine that we have like literally a smiling idol who's stabbing somebody, that might not be the best cover art. In fact, um, I'm not positive you're allowed to show violence on Steam assets. They are definitely getting reviewed, and if they are naughty, then you're gonna get bonked. You're not gonna get permabanned immediately if you know, unless you do something real naughty and illegal, but that means we want our cover art to be cute. What do we think when we think cute? Character art is an immediate go-to. Although I'm having an idea. I'm having a headache with pictures. Maybe we go very metaphorical here. So what say ye? What say ye? We have like 2 speech bubbles here, and one of them is gonna have a music note in it, and the other has this thing right here, the pink heart. Yeah, I don't hate that idea. Like, there's a lot of space here, but like I can move the logo down a little bit and then take up the rest of the space with those speech bubbles. Because it's not like there's a main character here. At least not a main character that I could reasonably draw. Sure, I could blow up Butterfly to gigantic proportions, though, that would require me to upscale her pixels, and I don't want that. This is the size that she is at this resolution, which means I can't make that. If I want her to be bigger, then either I would have to redraw a picture at this new resolution, or at least I would have to just draw a bigger picture of her with more detail, or I'd have to blow up the image that I have. Either one I'm not a terribly big fan of. Still, I like the speech bubble idea. So it's gonna be, heck, it might even feature character art, yeah? Though I don't think it's going to, because the ad would be awkward. It would run into the same issue. What, do I put it on a frame? Do I not put it on a frame? And no, I think I want to keep this dead simple, because this is of course hyperpixel arty. I want to keep this dead simple. Just do the little conversation and that's it. What I can do is, if we open the game real fast, I can make the speech bubbles colorful. So if we say go into this save here, and right, every idol has a speech bubble color that differentiates them, which is largely the background color of their image. Largely, but not always, because these 2 idols actually have the same background color, because their photos were taken in front of the same wall, because they're twins. That's kind of how that works. So I can absolutely rip my 2 favorite idols' speech bubble color and use that. It might just be these 2. Listen, you're not allowed, or you're not supposed to have favorite children. It's Queen. It's Queen, and not even close. Queen is the cutest. I love her. I love her in the sense of having created a cute adult photo. Remember, this is not the kind of game where you get to date the idols. They date each other. You are a dutiful teacher. Anyway, yeah, but I think that is going to be a lot of manual labor, and it's going to be rather like it's going to be fiddly. So that's not something that I like to do on stream. I prefer to stick to the coding. It just happens that right now, I mean, yeah, I'm making more of a problem out of this than it is, because yes, I don't want to push too far forward with the coding when there is Steam stuff to do, and when I run the risk of breaking stuff, or it not being strictly speaking broken, but simply unfinished. And in that case, I wouldn't be able to export the Steam demo because it wouldn't be in a playable state. That's bad. Fortunately, source control exists, and while GameMaker does not acknowledge this, you can make different branches, which is, well, freezing a point in time, basically. So I can make the Steam demo work insofar as that, and then I can keep working on the main branch in order to progress the game, because there is still progress to be made. Don't worry about that. What am I talking about? There is still progress to be made. There is a lot of code to be done. I shouldn't do too much progress while I've still got the demo to finish. But hey, work that's done is that work that does not need to be done in the future. Anyway, that is something that I am going to attend at another time. I'm feeling pretty inspired about this image. Of course, there is then also, there's the library hero, which is when you've selected your game in the library. This is the background. There's the page background, for which this is the store page background, and there is the vertical capsule. All of this stuff is sized completely wrong. Who made this? Who did this? Why am I bad? Because the page background, that's not the size it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be 1438 by 810. There. That's what it's supposed to be. The vertical capsule is supposed to be, vertical. That's what Steam uses if your game is featured, which, hey, maybe, it's unlikely. More importantly, whether or not I want to submit it, I have to. And this, of course, is vertical, 748 by 896. 748, 896. Gotcha. But there are those to do probably for the page background, since this is insultingly close to being 16 by 9. It's not, at least I don't think so. 1438 by, no, obviously. It's, well, no, because 810 is 9 times 90. Engineering math. And 1438, I can promise you, I am trying to briefly solve. Yes, it has a digit sum of 16, which means it does not go by 8, but it doesn't need to. It can go by 16. Sorry, I'm talking nonsense. But hey, would you like to know what is 1438 divided by 16? Would you have guessed that it is 90? You would have guessed wrong, obviously, because like multiplying anything by 90 is not going to leave a remainder of 8. No, it is 89.875. If we just put in another 32, so that this was 1470 by 810, then that... Sorry, no, that... What? I'm doing my own math wrong. No. No, you don't need another 32. If we just put in another 2 pixels, two of them, then this would be a perfect 1440 by 810. That is 16 by 9. In fact, that is a commonly used resolution. Maybe not so commonly, but there are screens that support it. I think more often than not, 1440 pixels is used with 16 by 10 resolution or aspect ratio. Anyway, the point is, this is so arbitrary. Why? But the point I'm trying to make is, since this is so close to 16 by 9 and this is a very subtle background anyway. Like, this is in the background of the store page, where most of it is covered by blue anyway. You eat gunpowder? Don't. I mean, I ate gunpowder yesterday. You could also call it saffron. I insist, it just tastes like gunpowder, but I made a wonderful little risotto, and because I'm lazy, I stuck it in the rice cooker. It's overboiled a little, but it came out very tasty, very sticky. It was so heavy on the stomach that it literally put me into a nap. Couldn't stay awake, though I was also very tired yesterday evening. So anyway, that I've got a very good idea for what to do with that tomorrow, because... Oh no. Hey, you say that as a joke, like, I'm aware that you're trolling Pillow Lick, but as long as it's going to be this kind of trolling and not the trying to link people to scam sites, I don't know, feel free, have fun. Funny that you say that. I am pretty positive that the average microwave is powerful enough to run Hit Idle. The resolution might be a bit of an issue, but I have zero doubts that there is both enough storage space and a sufficiently powerful processor to run this game. Because, as you may have noticed, if you download and play the demo, which is now available on the itch page, the game takes up an entire 35 megabytes of storage, because I am doing my job well, and because I'm further doing my job well, it is running really, really fast. When I launch it into the debugger, it tells me about 5,000 frames per second. So, I bet that your microwave can play Hit Idle. Okay, currently it's hovering at a steady 2700 frames. Obviously, we're not fully doing that. The game is capped to 60 FPS because it doesn't need any more, and that means that your computer is only going to need a tiny fraction of its time. That's a little shy of a 50th. So, is it? Really? No. I'm doing my math wrong here. 60 by 2700. Right, that's about 2% of its time. So your computer spends 20 milliseconds per second processing hit idle, and the remaining 98% are free to do anything else. Anyway, so you may notice I'm not doing anything productive, and that is because it is that time for today where I will be hopping off. Thank you all so much for watching, chatting, hanging out. I'll be live again tomorrow, as per the usual, 9 AM Central European Time to 1 PM Central European Time. Localized times should be beneath the stream. We are gonna... let's go visit working orders. Why not? We're gonna put on a little raid. And working orders is a pretty cool person. He's making a Hollow Knight and Spiritfarer inspired game in Godot. I checked, unfortunately there are not any game maker streamers I know of that are currently on. Actually I could have checked this. Flames is not currently on, right? No, he's not. They are not. Sorry. So it's a little different from what I'm doing, but you'll notice it has a similar art style, which I find quite charming. The important part isn't that the art is super high resolution, it's that it fits together and it's got a clear inspiration. So I like their style. And, well, I suppose I'll see you tomorrow. Be good.